On a June morning in 1914, a young Bosnian Serb named Gavrilo Princip stepped up to a motorcade in Sarajevo and fired 2 shots that would kill Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Within weeks, Europe's great powers, each guided by its own ideology of nationalism, empire, or dynastic loyalty, had mobilized millions into a war that would destroy 4 empires and leave 10 million dead. But here is the paradox. Those ideologies didn't just cause the catastrophe. They also shaped the peace that followed, the revolutions that erupted, and the century of conflict that came after. The question is not whether ideology matters. It clearly does, always has. The question is how. How do these invisible frameworks of belief about freedom, equality, government, economy, and change actually move armies, topple governments, and remake entire societies? And why, after the Cold War supposedly ended all ideological struggle, are we now living through a new era of ideological warfare, from Budapest to Brasilia to the ballot box in your own country? This documentary answers one question: what is a political ideology, and why does it still decide the fate of nations? Every society asks the same 5 questions, whether it admits to asking them or not. How much freedom should individuals possess? How equal should the conditions of life be? What is government for? Who should control the productive resources of the economy? And how should change happen, gradually or all at once? A political ideology is not a vague set of preferences or a party label worn like a badge. It is a structured framework that provides coherent answers to these 5 questions. Ideologies justify power. They organize institutions. They mobilize populations. They are the operating systems of political life, running beneath the surface of every election, every protest, every budget, and every war. The modern ideological spectrum was born in a single room. In 1789, the French National Assembly divided itself into 2 factions. Supporters of the king's veto power sat on the right side of the hall, and those who opposed the veto sat on the left. That seating arrangement, accidental in its origin, became the enduring spatial metaphor for political division. The left stood for change, for equality, for the power of the people to remake society. The right stood for tradition, for hierarchy, for the preservation of inherited order. Every subsequent ideology, liberalism, conservatism, socialism, communism, fascism, nationalism, has positioned itself somewhere along that axis, or has claimed to transcend it entirely. The claim that ideology is irrelevant is itself an ideological position. Every modern state operates on ideological assumptions, whether its citizens recognize them or not. Tax codes encode answers about who should pay for public goods and how much inequality is acceptable. Constitutions encode answers about the limits of state power and the rights of individuals. Welfare programs encode answers about whether poverty is a collective responsibility or an individual failing. Criminal laws encode answers about punishment, rehabilitation, and the value of human life. These are not neutral technical decisions. They are the concrete expressions of ideological commitments made by people who held power at particular moments in history. The danger of ideology is equally real. When a framework hardens into dogma, it stops engaging with evidence. It stops admitting error. It stops recognizing the humanity of those outside its boundaries. The 20th century's worst atrocities, the Holocaust, the Gulag, the killing fields, were all carried out in the name of ideological certainty. Each of these catastrophes began with a set of answers to the 5 questions, answers that were treated as absolute truth rather than as provisional frameworks subject to revision. The genocide of 6 million Jews was justified by an ideology that defined the nation as a biological organism requiring purification. The starvation of millions in the Soviet Union was justified by an ideology that saw class enemies as obstacles to historical progress. The systematic murder of approximately 2 million Cambodians was justified by an ideology that believed agrarian revolution could erase all traces of the old society. In each case, the ideology provided its adherents with moral certainty, and that certainty made atrocity possible. This creates the central analytical discipline that this documentary will apply throughout. Every ideology must be examined at 2 levels simultaneously. The first level is its stated ideals, the principles it proclaims, the promises it makes, the vision of a better society it offers. The second level is its historical record, what actually happened when those ideals were translated into practice. The gap between these 2 levels is where the most important political lessons reside. Liberalism proclaimed universal rights while maintaining slavery and colonial domination. Socialism promised emancipation while, in its Soviet form, producing a one-party state that suppressed dissent. Conservatism defended tradition while often defending entrenched inequality. Nationalism offered self-determination while frequently descending into ethnic chauvinism. To understand any ideology honestly is to hold both its aspirations and its failures in view at the same time. The 5 core questions will serve as the consistent measuring rod against which every ideology in this series is examined. Freedom. How much individual autonomy does the ideology permit, and where does it draw the line between liberty and license? Equality. Does the ideology seek to equalize outcomes, opportunities, or neither? The state. Is government a necessary evil, an instrument of justice, or the embodiment of the nation itself? The economy. Should production and distribution be controlled by markets, by the state, by workers, or by some combination? Change. Does the ideology favor revolution, gradual reform, or preservation of the existing order? These questions are not abstract philosophical puzzles. They are the practical choices that determine whether a society is free or oppressive, equal or stratified, stable or fractured. Consider one example to illustrate the method. A tax code that imposes higher rates on the wealthy and funds universal healthcare is encoding a particular set of answers: that equality has value, that government has a responsibility for collective welfare, that the economy should serve human needs rather than private accumulation. A tax code that cuts rates on capital gains and reduces social spending is encoding a different set of answers: that individual freedom includes the right to keep what one earns, that government should be limited, that markets allocate resources more efficiently than state planning. Neither code is ideologically neutral. Both are the practical expression of competing frameworks for answering the 5 questions. The study of political ideology is therefore not an academic luxury. It is the necessary precondition for understanding why societies are organized the way they are, why some flourish while others collapse, and why the same ideas that inspire liberation can also justify oppression. This documentary will proceed through the major ideological traditions one by one, examining each with the same analytical tools. Liberalism, Conservatism, Socialism, Communism, Fascism, Nationalism, Democracy, each will be held up to the light of its own stated principles and its own historical record. The goal is not to endorse any single framework. It is to understand them all well enough to recognize them when they appear, to evaluate their claims with evidence, and to see the ideological assumptions embedded in the world that seems, to those who live inside it, simply natural. The political is never natural. It is always made, always chosen, always the product of answers given to questions that every society must ask. The question of individual freedom, what it means, who deserves it, and how far it extends, is the central political question of the modern world. Liberalism was the first comprehensive answer to that question, and it remains the most influential one. But liberalism is not a single doctrine. It is a tradition of argument, a family of ideas that has been in internal conflict from its beginning. To understand liberalism is to understand the foundational tension of modern politics itself, the tension between freedom as the absence of constraint and freedom as the capacity to act. Liberalism emerged from the intellectual upheaval of the 17th and 18th century Enlightenment. Its founding text was John Locke's two treatises of government, published in 1689. Locke argued that individuals possess natural rights to life, liberty, and property that exist prior to any government, and that no government can legitimately override. Government, in Locke's framework, was not a divine institution or a natural hierarchy. It was a human creation, a contract among individuals who consented to be governed in exchange for the protection of their rights. This was a revolutionary idea. It challenged the divine right of kings, the hereditary authority of aristocrats, and the assumption that social order required submission to tradition. Locke's argument was not abstract philosophy. It was a political weapon, written to justify the glorious revolution that had deposed James II and established parliamentary supremacy in England. The first political translations of Lockean liberalism into constitutional reality came in the late 18th century. The American Declaration of Independence, adopted on July 4, 1776, announced that all men are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. The French Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, adopted on August 26, 1789, proclaimed that the natural rights of man are liberty, property, security, and resistance to oppression. Both documents established a principle that had never before been the foundation of a state, that government derives its legitimacy from the consent of the governed. When a government violates the rights of individuals, the people have the right to alter or abolish it. This was liberalism's great achievement, the assertion that political authority flows upward from individuals, not downward from rulers. The liberalism of the 18th and early 19th centuries is now called classical liberalism. Its central commitment was to negative freedom, freedom from interference. The state's role was to protect individual rights, enforce contracts, and maintain order, but not to direct the lives of its citizens. Classical liberals championed constitutional limits on state power, free markets, and civil liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of religion. Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, provided the economic counterpart to Locke's political philosophy, arguing that individuals pursuing their own self-interest in competitive markets would produce greater prosperity than any system of state direction. The market, like the state, should be limited in its reach. The individual was sovereign. But the central contradiction of classical liberalism appeared immediately. Liberalism proclaimed universal rights, rights belonging to every human being by virtue of their humanity, but it excluded women, enslaved people, and colonized populations from those rights. The same John Locke who wrote that every man has a natural right to liberty invested in the Royal African Company, which traded enslaved people. The American Declaration of Independence asserted that all men are created equal, but its author, Thomas Jefferson, owned hundreds of enslaved people. The French Declaration of the Rights of Man applied to men only. Women were explicitly excluded, and the revolutionary government quickly suppressed the political clubs of women who demanded inclusion. Liberalism's universal language was, from the start, a partial promise. The rights it proclaimed were extended slowly and incompletely, and only through centuries of struggle by those whom the original doctrine had excluded. By the late 19th century, a second crisis confronted classical liberalism. The Industrial Revolution had produced unprecedented wealth, but it had also produced unprecedented poverty. Factory workers in Manchester, Birmingham, and London lived in conditions of extreme deprivation, long hours, dangerous working conditions, child labour, and housing so overcrowded that disease was endemic. Classical liberalism's answer to this suffering was that the market would correct itself, that individuals were free to negotiate better terms, and that state intervention would only distort the natural order. This answer was increasingly difficult to sustain. The freedom of a starving factory worker to accept dangerous employment at subsistence wages was not the same freedom as the factory owner's freedom to set those wages. Negative freedom, freedom from interference, meant little to those who lacked the resources to act on their choices. This crisis forced a split within liberalism itself. Social liberals, led by the philosopher John Stuart Mill and later by the economist John Maynard Keynes, argued that meaningful freedom required more than legal protection. Mill, in his 1859 essay on liberty, had already argued that the only justification for interfering with an individual's liberty was to prevent harm to others. But by the late 19th century, Mill and others recognized that poverty, illness, and ignorance were themselves forms of constraint. A person who cannot afford an education, who cannot afford medical care, who cannot afford to refuse exploitative labor, that person is not truly free. Social liberals argued that the state had a positive obligation to provide the conditions for freedom: public education, public health, unemployment insurance, old age pensions, and regulation of working conditions. Freedom from interference was not enough. Freedom required capacity. This internal tension between classical liberalism and social liberalism runs through every major political debate in the Western world to this day. Classical liberalism became the ancestor of modern libertarianism and economic conservatism, the belief that the state should be minimal, that markets should be free, and that individual responsibility is the foundation of a just society. Social liberalism became the foundation of welfare state democracy, the belief that the state must actively ensure that all citizens have the resources to participate fully in society, and that freedom without security is an empty promise. Both claim the name liberal. Both trace their lineage to Locke. Both insist they are defending individual freedom. They disagree fundamentally about what freedom requires. Liberalism's greatest achievement is the constitutional protection of individual rights and the creation of institutions that limit arbitrary power. The rule of law, independent courts, free elections, freedom of speech in press and religion, these are liberalism's gifts to the modern world. Liberalism's greatest failure is the persistent gap between its universal rhetoric and its exclusionary practice. Rights proclaimed for all were extended slowly and incompletely to women, to enslaved people, to colonized populations, to workers, to minorities. That gap is not an accident, it is structural. Liberalism's founding thinkers were men of their time, and their time was one of empire, slavery, and patriarchalism. The tradition they created contained the tools for its own critique. The logic of universal rights could be turned against the exclusions of the original doctrine, but the critique had to be made by those whom the doctrine had excluded. The question liberalism poses has not been resolved. It is the question of what freedom means, who gets it, and what society owes to its members. Every generation must answer it again. Conservatism was born as a direct response to a single, cataclysmic event, the French Revolution of 1789. Before that revolution, political conflict in Europe was largely a contest between competing factions of elites, monarchists versus aristocrats, Catholics versus Protestants. The revolution introduced something entirely new, a universalist ideology claiming that human reason could redesign society from first principles, sweeping away monarchy, aristocracy, and the church in favor of liberty, equality, and fraternity. For the Irish-born British statesman and philosopher Edmund Burke, watching from across the English Channel, this was not liberation but madness. In his 1790 work, Reflections on the Revolution in France, Burke articulated the foundational argument of modern conservatism. Society, he wrote, is a partnership between the dead, the living, and the unborn. Inherited institutions, monarchies, churches, legal systems, property rights are not arbitrary obstacles to human freedom. They are repositories of accumulated wisdom, tested across generations, embodying knowledge that no single generation's abstract reason can replace. Burke's core argument was not that change is always wrong. He had supported the American Revolution, recognizing it as a defense of traditional English liberties against royal overreach. What he opposed was the French Revolution's method, the attempt to demolish an entire social order overnight and rebuild it according to rational principles. This, he argued, was not reform but destruction. Rapid, revolutionary change tears the social fabric before new structures can be built to replace it. The result is not freedom but chaos, and from chaos, dictatorship. Burke's prediction was precise and damning. The revolution would consume its own leaders and produce a military despot. When Napoleon Bonaparte seized power in 1799, exactly 10 years after the revolution began, Burke's prophecy was fulfilled. Conservatism, therefore, began as a critique of ideological hubris. It defends tradition, not because tradition is always right, but because it has survived the test of time. It defends social hierarchy, not because hierarchy is just, but because it provides stability and order that abstract equality cannot guarantee. It defends religion, not necessarily as truth, but as a source of moral restraint on human selfishness. It defends property rights, not as an absolute good, but as the foundation of economic independence and social continuity. And it defends gradual reform over revolutionary transformation, because change that respects existing institutions preserves what works while correcting what does not. At the heart of conservative philosophy is a specific view of human nature, flawed, imperfect, driven by passions that require institutions, customs, and moral frameworks to restrain. The conservative does not believe that humanity can be perfected. The goal of politics is not utopia but order, the management of inevitable human frailty. This philosophical conservatism, however, contains an internal tension that has shaped its entire modern history. The original conservative tradition, Burke's tradition, is skeptical of pure individualism. It values community, local loyalty, and the intermediate institutions, family, church, guild, neighborhood, that stand between the individual and the state. This strand of conservatism accepts that government has a legitimate role in maintaining social cohesion. In post-war Europe, conservative parties built and sustained the welfare state. The Christian democratic parties that governed West Germany, Italy, and France from the 1950s through the 1970s, led by figures like Konrad Adenauer and Alcide de Gasperi, created systems of universal healthcare, public pensions, and labor protections. They did so not out of socialist sympathy but out of conservative conviction. Strong communities required stable families, and stable families required economic security. This was conservatism as social preservation, not as market liberation. But beginning in the 1970s, a different conservatism emerged, one that fused traditional social values with free market economics. In Britain, Margaret Thatcher, who became Prime Minister in 1979, declared that there was no such thing as society, only individual men and women and their families. In the United States, Ronald Reagan, elected in 1980, proclaimed that government was not the solution to the problem, but the problem itself. This economic conservatism adopted the classical liberal belief in free markets, deregulation, privatization, and tax cuts. It dismantled the very institutions, labor unions, local communities, public services that Burkean conservatism had valued. The tension became stark. Conservatism claimed to defend tradition, while its economic policies actively destroyed the economic foundations of traditional communities. Coal mining towns in northern England and manufacturing cities in the American Rust Belt were not preserved, they were abandoned to market forces. The communities conservatism claimed to protect were sacrificed to the market conservatism claimed to liberate. The deepest challenge to conservatism, however, is not internal but moral. It is the question of which traditions deserve to be conserved. Conservatism has historically defended institutions that were oppressive: slavery, colonial empire, the legal subordination of women, racial segregation. In the American South before the Civil War, conservatism was the ideology of the slaveholding planter class, who defended their way of life as an inherited tradition that outsiders had no right to disrupt. In colonial Africa and Asia, European conservatives defended imperial rule as the natural order of civilized governance. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, conservatives across Europe and America opposed women's suffrage on the grounds that it would destabilize the natural hierarchy of the family. In each case, the language of order, tradition, and stability was used to protect the interests of those already holding power. Critics of conservatism argue that this is not an accident, but the ideology's essential function, to legitimize existing inequalities by presenting them as the accumulated wisdom of the ages. Conservatism has an answer to this charge. It distinguishes between legitimate traditions, those that serve human flourishing and social stability, and illegitimate ones that deserve to be reformed or abolished. But this raises a further question: who decides? If conservatism rejects abstract reason as a guide, what standard does it use to distinguish a worthy tradition from an unworthy one? Burke himself believed that the abolition of the slave trade, which the British Parliament enacted in 1807, was a legitimate reform. It corrected a moral evil while preserving the constitutional order that made reform possible. But Burke died in 797, a decade before that reform. Many conservatives of his era defended the slave trade as an established institution. The tradition of slavery was, after all, as old as civilization itself. If the test of a tradition is simply its longevity, then slavery passes the test. Conservatism has never fully resolved this contradiction. It needs a moral standard to judge traditions, but it is philosophically suspicious of universal moral standards derived from abstract reason. This is why conservatism, for all its coherence as a critique of revolutionary hubris, remains an ideology of tension. It is strongest as a brake, a warning against the dangers of radical change. It is weakest as a guide for what to do when change becomes necessary, and change always becomes necessary. The French Revolution was not wrong to recognize that the old regime was unjust. It was wrong to think that justice could be built on the rubble of everything that had come before. Conservatism's enduring insight is that human beings are not blank slates. They are born into families, communities, nations, and traditions that shape who they are and what they can become. To destroy those inheritances in the name of abstract principle is to destroy the very ground on which human beings stand. But to defend those inheritances uncritically is to defend injustice. The conservative task, never completed and perhaps never completable, is to distinguish between the traditions that restrain human excess and the traditions that enable it. The smoke of the Industrial Revolution did not rise from factories alone. It rose from the bodies of men, women and children who worked 16-hour days in Manchester cotton mills, Lyon textile workshops and Birmingham iron foundries. By the 1830s, the cities of industrializing Britain and France had become laboratories of a new kind of human existence, unprecedented wealth concentrated in the hands of a small owning class, and unprecedented poverty concentrated in the hands of everyone else. Political equality had been proclaimed in the revolutions of the late 18th century, but economic inequality had deepened to levels that made that equality feel abstract, even fraudulent. A factory worker in Manchester could vote in principle, but he could not feed his family on wages that barely covered rent. A woman in Lyon had no legal claim to the product of her own labour. A child in Birmingham had no childhood at all. The question that gave birth to socialism was simple and devastating. What is the value of political freedom if it leaves you free to starve? The first socialists did not call themselves revolutionaries. Robert Owen, a Welsh factory owner who had made his fortune in the cotton trade, believed that human character was formed entirely by environment. In 1825, he purchased the town of New Harmony in Indiana and attempted to build a cooperative community based on shared ownership and rational education. The experiment failed within 2 years, but Owen's fundamental argument survived. Competitive markets produce poverty because they treated human beings as commodities. Charles Fourier, a French clerk who spent most of his life writing in obscurity, proposed a system of self-sufficient communities called phalanxes, organized around the principle that work should be pleasurable and that property should be held in common. Henri de Saint-Simon, an aristocratic French intellectual who had fought in the American Revolution, argued that the real conflict in modern society was not between kings and subjects, but between the productive classes, workers, engineers, scientists, and the idle owners who lived off their labor. These early utopian socialists of the 1820s and 1830s shared a conviction that cooperative ownership and rational planning could replace competitive markets with a system that served human needs rather than private profit. They were dismissed as dreamers, but they had identified a contradiction that the existing political order could not resolve. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels turned that contradiction into a theory of history. The Communist Manifesto, published in London in February 1848, was not the first socialist text, but it was the first to claim scientific authority. Marx argued that capitalism was not a natural order or an eternal condition. It was a historical system, born at a specific time under specific conditions, and it would die the same way. Its internal logic was class exploitation. The owning class, the bourgeoisie, extracted surplus value from the labor of the working class, the proletariat, and accumulated that value as private profit. This extraction was not a moral failure of individual capitalists. It was the system's operating principle. Marx predicted that capitalism would produce increasingly severe crises of overproduction and underconsumption, that the working class would grow in size and organization, and that eventually the proletariat would seize the means of production and establish a classless society. The manifesto ended with a call that became the most famous political slogan of the modern era: "Workers of the world, unite." But Marx offered no detailed blueprint for how this transition would occur. He did not specify whether it would be peaceful or violent, democratic or dictatorial. That ambiguity would define the socialist movement for the next century. Democratic socialism emerged as one answer to that ambiguity. It accepted Marx's critique of capitalism, but rejected his conclusion that revolution was the only path. The British Labour Party, founded in 1900 by trade unionists and socialist intellectuals, pursued economic equality through parliamentary elections and legal reform. In 1945, with Clement Attlee as Prime Minister, the Labour government implemented the most ambitious socialist programme ever attempted in a liberal democracy. The National Health Service, established in 1948, made healthcare free at the point of use for every British resident. The government nationalised coal, steel, railways and electricity. It built public housing on a scale that transformed the physical landscape of British cities. The NHS was not a revolutionary seizure of power. It was an act of legislation, passed by a parliament elected through universal suffrage. But it demonstrated that socialist principles could be translated into real institutions that improved the lives of millions. It also demonstrated the limits of parliamentary socialism. The nationalized industries were never fully democratized, and the Labour government's economic controls generated inefficiencies that conservatives would exploit in the decades to come. The Nordic model offered a different demonstration. Sweden, Denmark, and Norway developed from the 1930s onward a form of social democracy that combined market economies with high taxation, strong unions, universal healthcare, and free education. The Swedish Social Democratic Party governed for most of the 20th century, building what its leaders called the Folkhemmet, the people's home. The results were measurable. By the early 21st century, the Nordic countries consistently ranked at the top of the United Nations Human Development Index, with low poverty rates, high life expectancy, and some of the highest levels of social trust in the world. The Nordic model was not socialism in Marx's sense. Private ownership of the means of production remained intact. But the state taxed capital and income at rates that would have been unthinkable in the United States, and it redistributed the revenue through public services that guaranteed every citizen access to education, healthcare, and a basic standard of living. The model proved that high levels of economic equality were compatible with political freedom and economic growth. It also proved that the relationship between capitalism and socialism was not binary. The Nordic countries had not abolished capitalism, they had tamed it. The central tension in socialism was never about whether capitalism produced inequality. That was the founding observation. The tension was about what to do about it. Democratic socialists accepted the slow pace of change within liberal institutions. They believed that capitalism could be reformed from within, that the welfare state could be expanded, that unions could negotiate better wages, that progressive taxation could redistribute wealth. Revolutionary socialists argued that capitalism would never voluntarily surrender power. They pointed to the history of violent suppression of labor movements, to the persistence of poverty despite a century of reforms, to the structural dependence of the state on capital accumulation. This disagreement split the left throughout the 20th century. It produced bitter conflicts between social democrats and communists, between gradualists and insurrectionists, between those who believed the existing system could be fixed and those who believed it had to be replaced. The consequences of that split appear in the next chapter, when the revolutionary path was tried in a country that had never known liberal democracy, and the outcome was not what Marx had predicted. Karl Marx died in London in 1883, 34 years before the revolution he predicted would remake the world. In the decades he spent writing, from the Communist Manifesto in 1848 through the 3 volumes of Capital published between 1867 and 1894, Marx built a theory of history that seemed to possess the force of natural law. Capitalism, he argued, would concentrate workers in ever larger factories, creating a vast, organized, and increasingly conscious working class. That class would eventually recognize its own power, rise up, and seize the means of production from the small minority of owners who had grown rich on its labor. The revolution would occur in the most advanced industrial societies, in England, in Germany, in the United States, where capitalism had done its work most completely and where the working class had become the overwhelming majority of the population. The actual history followed none of this script. The first successful communist revolution took place not in Manchester or Berlin, but in Russia, a country that in 1917 remained overwhelmingly agrarian. Approximately 80% of the Russian population worked the land. The industrial working class numbered barely 3 million people in a population of over 150 million. And the revolution was not a spontaneous uprising of that working class. It was the work of a small, disciplined, and ruthlessly organized political party led by Vladimir Lenin, a man who had spent years in exile writing about the precise conditions under which a revolutionary elite could act on behalf of a class that did not yet know its own interests. Lenin had argued as early as 1902, in a pamphlet called What is to be Done, that the working class could not develop revolutionary consciousness on its own. Left to itself, he wrote, the working class would only ever achieve trade union consciousness, a desire for better wages and shorter hours, not the overthrow of the entire capitalist system. What was needed was a vanguard party, a corps of professional revolutionaries who would bring revolutionary theory to the workers, organize them, and lead them. This was a fundamental departure from Marx's own expectation that the working class would develop its own political understanding through the experience of struggle. Lenin's innovation was not a minor tactical adjustment. It was a structural transformation of what Marxism meant in practice. When the Bolsheviks seized power in October 1917, they did so in the name of the working class. But the institutions they built reflected Lenin's distrust of spontaneous popular action. The new Soviet state concentrated power in the hands of the Communist Party, and within the party, in an ever-narrowing circle of leadership. Other socialist parties were banned. Internal dissent within the Bolshevik Party itself was suppressed. By 1921, Lenin had banned factions within the party. The one-party state was not an accident of circumstances or a temporary measure forced by civil war. It was the logical consequence of the vanguard theory. And that single structural decision made the Soviet system permanently authoritarian. No mechanism existed within the system for the working class to hold the party accountable, because the party defined itself as the embodiment of the working class's true interests, whether the actual workers agreed or not. Joseph Stalin inherited this apparatus when Lenin died in 1924. He transformed it into an instrument of systematic terror. Between 1929 and 1933, Stalin forced the collectivization of Soviet agriculture, seizing grain from peasants to feed the rapidly industrializing cities and to export for foreign currency. The peasants resisted. Stalin responded with force. The result was a famine that killed between 5 and 7 million people in Ukraine alone during the winter of 1932 to 1933, a catastrophe known as the Holodomor. Then from 1936 to 1938, Stalin turned the apparatus on the party itself. The Great Purge executed or imprisoned approximately 1.5 million people. Among the victims were most of the original Bolshevik leadership, the very people who had made the revolution. The system had devoured its own founders, the same pattern repeated in China under Mao Zedong. Between 1958 and 1962, Mao launched the Great Leap Forward, an attempt to rapidly industrialize China through the forced collectivization of agriculture and the mobilization of hundreds of millions of peasants into backyard steel production and massive irrigation projects. The policy was a catastrophe. Agricultural production collapsed. The resulting famine killed between 15 and 55 million people, the largest man-made famine in recorded history. The precise number remains a subject of scholarly debate, but no serious historian disputes the scale of the disaster. And again, the system provided no mechanism for correction. There were no independent newspapers to report the famine, no opposition party to challenge the policy, no courts to hold officials accountable. The party defined reality, and reality was whatever the party said it was. None of this means that communist states produce nothing of value. The historical record is more complicated than that. The Soviet Union, in its early decades, achieved dramatic gains in literacy, industrialization, and women's participation in the workforce. The rate of literacy in the Russian Empire in 1897 was approximately 28%. By the 1950s, it was near universal. Women entered professions and political institutions at rates unmatched in most Western countries until decades later. Cuba, despite decades of economic hardship under the American embargo, developed a healthcare system that produces life expectancy and infant mortality statistics comparable to those of developed countries. These achievements are part of the historical record, and any honest analysis must acknowledge them. But acknowledging achievements does not answer the structural question that communism raises. That question is not about intentions, it is about institutions. Can a system that abolishes private ownership of the means of production and concentrates all economic and political power in a single party ever avoid becoming a tool of the party elite rather than the working class it claims to represent? The evidence of the 20th century suggests that it cannot. In the Soviet Union, in China, in North Korea, in Cambodia under the Khmer Rouge, the party elite enjoyed privileges, access to housing, healthcare, education, and imported goods that were unavailable to the workers and peasants in whose name the revolutions had been made. The gap between the rhetoric of classlessness and the reality of a new ruling class was not a bug in the system. It was the system's natural outcome. The revolution that was supposed to liberate the working class instead created a new form of domination. The promise of equality produced a new hierarchy. The ideology that claimed to have solved the problem of power concentrated power more absolutely than any capitalist state had ever done. That is the central tragedy of communism in the 20th century. It is not a tragedy of bad intentions. Many of the revolutionaries who led these movements genuinely believed they were building a just society. It is a tragedy of structural design, of institutions that could not do what their creators promised they would do, and that could not be reformed when they failed. In the decade after 1918, a new political force appeared in Europe that claimed not to be political at all. It called itself a movement, not a party. It rejected the very idea of ideology while advancing the most radical ideological program the continent had yet seen. Fascism emerged from the wreckage of the First World War, a conflict that had killed approximately 10 million soldiers and left entire nations physically and psychologically devastated. The war had discredited the old order. The monarchies of Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia had collapsed, replaced by fragile democratic republics that inherited inflation, unemployment and national humiliation. In Italy, the victor of the war, but a victor treated as a beggar at the Versailles Peace Conference, the poet and former socialist Benito Mussolini founded the first fascist movement in March 1990. He called it the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento, drawing on the ancient Roman symbol of authority, the fasces, a bundle of rods bound around an axe representing strength through unity and the absolute power of the state over the individual. By October 1922, Mussolini's black shirts had marched on Rome, and King Victor Emmanuel III, fearing civil war more than he feared fascism, appointed him prime minister. The first fascist regime in history had taken power. Fascism was not simply a more extreme version of conservatism or a reactionary impulse. It was something fundamentally different from the ideologies that had defined the 19th century. Liberalism, conservatism and socialism all operated within a shared framework. They accepted rational debate as the legitimate method of resolving political disagreement. They believed in universal principles, rights, justice, progress, that applied across national boundaries. They acknowledged, at least in theory, the legitimacy of opposing views. Fascism rejected every one of these premises. Its core logic was the total subordination of the individual to the nation, conceived not as a collection of citizens, but as a biological or spiritual organism locked in permanent struggle with its enemies. Mussolini declared that fascism stood for the principle that nothing existed above the state and nothing outside the state. There was no room for individual rights, for class compromise, for parliamentary deliberation. The fascist state was not a tool for managing competing interests. It was an end in itself, a perpetual war machine whose purpose was the glorification of the nation through action, sacrifice, and violence. This rejection of rational politics was not a weakness. It was the source of fascism's appeal. In societies traumatized by war, economic collapse, and the perceived chaos of democracy, the promise of decisive action without debate had enormous emotional power. Fascism positioned itself as a third way, neither capitalist nor communist, that would preserve private property and national industry while destroying class conflict through nationalist unity. This made it deeply attractive to conservative elites and industrialists who feared socialist revolution more than they feared authoritarian rule. In Italy, Mussolini received support from landowners, industrialists and the Catholic Church, all of whom saw fascism as a bulwark against the growing influence of socialist parties. In Germany, the pattern repeated with even more devastating consequences. Adolf Hitler's National Socialist German Workers' Party, founded in 1920, fused fascist authoritarianism with a racial ideology that had no equivalent in Italy. For Mussolini, the nation was a spiritual entity. For Hitler, it was a biological one, defined by blood and race, locked in a Darwinian struggle for survival against inferior peoples. The Holocaust was not an aberration of fascism. It was its logical conclusion. When a political movement defines the nation as a biological organism, when it declares that the nation's enemies are not political opponents but parasites infecting the national body, then the only final solution is extermination. Between 1941 and 1945, the Nazi regime systematically murdered approximately 6 million Jews, along with millions of others, Roma, disabled people, homosexuals, political prisoners, Slavic civilians, in a campaign of industrial killing that stretched from Auschwitz to Babi Yar. This was not a wartime excess or the work of a few fanatics. It was state policy, planned and executed by civil servants, railway administrators, chemists, and engineers using the most advanced technology of the 20th century. The fascist logic that began with the subordination of the individual to the nation ended with the elimination of those deemed outside the nation. Fascism's path to power in Germany revealed a mechanism that would become central to understanding authoritarian politics in the 20th and 21st centuries. Hitler did not seize power through a coup. He was appointed Chancellor on January 30th, 1933, through entirely legal constitutional processes. The Weimar Republic's democratic procedures, designed to prevent dictatorship, instead enabled it. Within weeks, the Reichstag fire of February 27 gave Hitler the pretext to suspend civil liberties. Within months, the Enabling Act of March 23 transferred legislative power from the Parliament to the executive, effectively abolishing the Constitution. This trajectory, using democracy to destroy democracy, is the specific political mechanism that scholars call democratic backsliding. It does not require tanks in the streets. It requires a leader who wins enough electoral support, a conservative establishment willing to cooperate, and a population exhausted by crisis and willing to trade liberty for order. Fascism was explicitly anti-liberal and anti-communist, but it borrowed from both. From socialism, it took the language of revolution and the demand for total social transformation. From conservatism, it took the defense of hierarchy, property, and national tradition. It fused these elements into something new, a revolutionary conservatism that sought not to preserve the old order, but to destroy the existing society and replace it with a militarized, racially purified nation, permanently mobilized for war. This is why fascism cannot be understood simply as extreme nationalism or authoritarianism. It was a total project, cultural, economic, biological, that aimed to remake human nature itself. The legacy of fascism is not merely historical. Scholars including Robert Paxton and Umberto Eco have identified recurring features that reappear in movements that do not call themselves fascist: the cult of action over thought, the celebration of violence as purification, the scapegoating of internal enemies, the contempt for democratic deliberation, the claim that only the leader speaks for the authentic people. These features can emerge in any country, under any political system, when the conditions of crisis, humiliation, and fear create a population willing to abandon liberal democracy for the promise of national rebirth. Fascism claimed to be beyond ideology. In truth, it was the most extreme form of ideological politics the modern world has produced, a system that, once in power, recognized no limit on its authority and no value higher than its own survival. Of all the ideologies examined in this documentary, nationalism is the most paradoxical. It is the belief that humanity is naturally divided into distinct nations, each defined by shared language, culture, history, or ethnicity, and that each such nation possesses the right to political self-determination. This single idea has powered movements of liberation and movements of extermination. It has toppled empires and built them. It has freed millions and murdered millions. Nationalism is not inherently left or right. It is a framework that can be filled with almost any political content, which is precisely what makes it so powerful and so dangerous. The principle that nations should govern themselves entered international law through a specific document, Woodrow Wilson's 14 Points, delivered to the United States Congress on January 8, 1918. Wilson proposed that after World War I, the map of Europe should be redrawn according to the principle of national self-determination. Peoples who shared a language, a history, and a territory should have their own states. This principle reshaped Central and Eastern Europe. The Austro-Hungarian Empire dissolved into Austria, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia. Poland re-emerged after more than a century of partition. The Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia gained independence. But Wilson's principle was applied selectively. It did not extend to the colonized peoples of Africa and Asia. The populations of India, Indochina, Indonesia, and the Gold Coast were not considered nations entitled to self-rule. They remained subjects of European empires. This contradiction between the proclaimed right of national self-determination and its denial to the majority of the world's population became the central fuel for anti-colonial nationalism over the next half-century. Anti-colonial nationalism produced some of the 20th century's most significant political transformations. In India, Mahatma Gandhi transformed the Indian National Congress from an elite debating society into a mass movement that mobilized millions of Indians across lines of caste, religion, and language. The movement's strategy of non-violent civil disobedience, boycotts, marches, strikes, forced the British Empire to confront the moral and political impossibility of ruling a population that refused to cooperate. India achieved independence in 1947, but the price was partition, the creation of Pakistan as a separate state for Muslims, accompanied by one of the largest and bloodiest population transfers in history, with an estimated 1 million dead. In Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh fused nationalism with communism. He had written to Wilson at the Versailles Peace Conference in 1919, requesting self-determination for the Vietnamese people. Wilson never replied. Rejected by the liberal international order, Ho turned to Lenin's model of revolutionary nationalism. His forces defeated the French at Dien Bien Phu in 1954 and later fought the United States to a withdrawal in 1973. Vietnamese nationalism was powerful enough to defeat two major industrial powers. In Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah led the country to independence from Britain in 1957, the first sub-Saharan African colony to achieve this goal. Nkrumah's vision extended beyond Ghana. He became a leading voice for Pan-Africanism, arguing that the continent's colonial borders were artificial and that African unity was necessary for genuine liberation. These three movements, Indian, Vietnamese, Ghanaian, were all nationalist, but they were not the same. They used different methods, drew on different cultural resources, and produced different political systems. This is the ideological flexibility of nationalism. The dark potential of nationalism lies in its definition of who belongs to the nation. When national identity is defined ethnically or racially, those who do not fit the definition become not simply different, but threatening. They are outsiders within the nation's claimed territory. The most extreme example of this logic in the late 20th century was the Rwandan genocide of 1994. Rwanda's population consisted primarily of two groups, Hutu and Tutsi. Belgian colonial rule had institutionalized these ethnic categories, issuing identity cards and favoring Tutsi as a ruling elite. After independence in 1962, Hutu political movements came to power and defined the nation as Hutu. Tutsi were increasingly portrayed as foreign invaders, a fifth column for a lost colonial order. In April 1994, after the downing of President Juvenal Habyarimana's plane, Hutu extremists launched a coordinated campaign of extermination. In 100 days, approximately 800,000 Tutsi and moderate Hutu were murdered. Neighbors killed neighbors. The genocide was not spontaneous. It was planned, organized, and broadcast on radio stations that urged Hutu to complete their work. This was nationalism in its most murderous form, the belief that the nation must be purified of those who do not belong, and that violence is the legitimate instrument of that purification. But nationalism does not have to take this form. There is an alternative, civic nationalism. Civic nationalism defines membership in the nation through shared laws, rights, and political commitment, rather than through ethnicity, language, or religion. To be French, in this tradition, is not to descend from the Gauls, but to accept the values of the French Republic: liberty, equality, fraternity. To be American is to affirm the principles of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution, regardless of one's ancestry. The United States, France, and Canada have all built civic nationalist identities, but each has also failed to live up to that ideal in specific historical moments. The United States denied citizenship to African Americans until the 14th Amendment in 1868 and continued to enforce segregation and disenfranchisement for another century. France's universalism has coexisted with persistent discrimination against North African immigrants and their descendants. Canada's multiculturalism has been undermined by the historical and ongoing dispossession of Indigenous peoples. Civic nationalism is an aspiration, not an achieved reality. It is a framework that must be constantly defended and renewed. This brings the analysis to the central geopolitical tension of the 21st century. Nationalism asserts that nations have the right to control their own affairs, to determine their own borders, to decide who enters and who belongs. Internationalism asserts that human rights are universal, that global problems like climate change, pandemic disease, and financial instability require transnational cooperation, and that no nation's sovereignty is absolute. These two principles are in direct conflict. The European Union was the most ambitious attempt to resolve this tension, to create a supranational structure that preserved national identities while pooling sovereignty for common purposes. But the financial crisis of 2008, the migration crisis of 2015, and the Brexit referendum of 2016 all demonstrated the fragility of that project. Across the world, nationalist movements are gaining strength. In Hungary, Viktor Orbán has constructed an illiberal state that defines the nation against European Union values. In India, Narendra Modi's government promotes a Hindu nationalist vision that challenges the country's secular constitution. In China, Xi Jinping has revived a form of Han nationalist authoritarianism that suppresses ethnic minorities like the Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Nationalism is not fading away. It is the most powerful political force of the modern era, precisely because it answers the most basic question of politics: who are we? The answer to that question determines everything else. Democracy is often described as majority rule, but that definition is dangerously incomplete. Majority rule without institutional protections is not democracy. It is the tyranny of the majority, a condition the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle warned against more than 2,000 years ago. A functioning democracy combines popular sovereignty, the principle that legitimate authority derives from the people, with a set of institutional guardrails, the rule of law, independent courts, a free press, regular competitive elections, and protections for minority rights. Remove these guardrails, and majority rule becomes mob rule, or what political scientists now call elected authoritarianism. This is not a theoretical problem. It is the central tension that every democratic system must manage, and it has been since democracy's first recorded experiment. That experiment began in ancient Athens around 507 BCE, when the reformer Cleisthenes introduced a system of direct democracy in which male citizens voted directly on legislation and policy. But Athenian democracy excluded women, enslaved people, and foreigners, roughly 85% of the population. It was ruled by a small minority of free adult males, and it lasted only about 2 centuries before being supplanted by Macedonian and then Roman domination. Democracy then disappeared as a practical form of government for nearly 2,000 years. When it re-emerged in the late 18th century revolutions in America and France, it did so as representative democracy, not citizens voting directly on every law, but electing representatives to govern on their behalf. Yet even this limited form remained deeply exclusive. The United States Constitution of 1787 permitted slavery, denied women the vote, and restricted suffrage to property-owning white men. It took the 15th Amendment in 1870 to prohibit racial voting discrimination, the 19th Amendment in 1920 to extend suffrage to women, and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 to make those protections enforceable. In most countries, universal adult suffrage was not achieved until the mid-20th century. Democracy's history is not a steady march of progress, it is a series of hard-fought expansions, each resisted by those who held power. After the catastrophes of World War II and the Holocaust, the post-war democratic settlement attempted to embed democracy in international structures that would make fascism and war structurally harder to repeat. The United Nations was founded in 1945 with a charter that committed member states to human rights and collective security. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights in 1948 established a global standard for civil and political liberties. The European Union, beginning with the European Coal and Steel Community in 1951, gradually built a supranational framework designed to bind former enemies into shared institutions, the theory being that countries who trade together and govern together are less likely to fight each other. For decades, this system appeared to work. Western Europe experienced the longest period of peace in its history. Democratic institutions spread across the globe, from the decolonized nations of Africa and Asia to the post-communist states of Eastern Europe after 1989. By the end of the 20th century, democracy seemed to be the only legitimate form of government. But the post-war settlement contained a structural tension that has become increasingly visible. Democracy is based on the principle that citizens consent to be governed and that their representatives are accountable to them. Yet many of the most consequential decisions affecting citizens' lives, trade agreements, monetary policy, regulatory standards, are made by institutions that are only indirectly accountable, if at all. The European Union is the clearest example. Major policies on competition law, banking regulation, and fiscal rules are set by the European Commission, whose members are appointed, not directly elected, and by the European Court of Justice, whose judges serve long terms with minimal political oversight. This democratic deficit, the gap between those who make decisions and those who must live with them, was not an oversight. It was a deliberate design choice by the EU's founders, who believed that insulating certain policy areas from popular pressure would produce more rational, stable governance. But that choice carried a cost. In 2016, 52% of British voters chose to leave the European Union. Many of them cited precisely this democratic deficit as their reason, the sense that distant, unaccountable bureaucrats in Brussels were governing them without their meaningful consent. The Brexit vote was not a rejection of democracy. It was a demand for it, a demand that exposed the unresolved tension between technocratic expertise and popular sovereignty. That tension becomes dangerous when electoral democracy produces anti-democratic outcomes. In 2010, Viktor Orban's Fidesz party won a free and fair election in Hungary with a two-thirds parliamentary majority. Orban then used that majority to rewrite the constitution, stack the constitutional court with loyalists, take control of the media, and redraw electoral districts to ensure his party could not lose. By 2020, Hungary was no longer a democracy, by any standard measure. Freedom House downgraded it from free to partly free. Yet Orban continued to win elections. Political scientists call this process competitive authoritarianism, a system in which elections remain formally competitive, but the playing field is so tilted that the incumbent cannot be removed. It is not a return to old-fashioned dictatorship. It is something newer and more insidious, democracy hollowed out from within, using the instruments of electoral legitimacy to dismantle the institutional guardrails that make democracy meaningful. And it is not unique to Hungary. Similar dynamics have appeared in Poland under the Law and Justice Party, in Turkey under Recep Tayyip Erdogan, in India under Narendra Modi, and in the United States during the presidency of Donald Trump. Competitive authoritarianism is the dominant political pathology of the early 21st century. The deepest challenge democracy faces, however, is not institutional. It is epistemological. Democratic deliberation assumes that citizens share a common factual reality from which they can reason toward disagreement. You and I may disagree about what tax rate is fair, but if we both accept the same economic data, we can argue productively. That shared reality has been systematically dismantled. Social media platforms, designed to maximize engagement, amplify the most extreme and emotionally charged content, creating algorithmic polarization that drives users into separate information ecosystems. Deliberate disinformation campaigns, Russian interference in the 2016 US election, anti-vaccine propaganda during the COVID-19 pandemic, false claims of election fraud exploit these platforms to erode trust in institutions, in expertise, and in the very idea of objective truth. No democratic constitution anticipated this. The First Amendment to the US Constitution protects free speech, but it does not protect a shared factual reality. The founders assumed that citizens would read newspapers and debate in town squares. They did not foresee a world in which every citizen could broadcast their own facts to millions, and where algorithms would reward the most outrageous claims. Democracy requires a common ground of facts to function. That common ground is dissolving, and no one has yet designed the institutional guardrails to protect it. The central question of any comparative analysis of political ideologies is not which one is right. It is what each framework reveals about the problems of collective human life, and what each obscures. Liberalism, conservatism, socialism, communism, fascism, nationalism, and democracy do not simply offer different answers to the same 5 questions about freedom, equality, government, economy, and change. They ask different questions, they prioritize different values, and they have produced, over the course of 2.5 centuries, a record of achievements and failures that must be weighed together, not in isolation. Liberalism's greatest achievement is the constitutional protection of individual rights. From the American Bill of Rights ratified in 1791 to the German Basic Law of 1949, liberal constitutions created institutions designed to limit arbitrary power, independent judiciaries, free presses, regular elections, and protections for speech, assembly, and religion. These were not abstract philosophical commitments. They were practical mechanisms that made the modern democratic state possible. But liberalism's greatest failure is the persistent gap between its universal rhetoric and its exclusionary practice. The Declaration of Independence proclaimed that all men are created equal, yet the United States did not abolish slavery until 1865, did not grant women the right to vote until 1920, and did not fully extend civil rights to Black Americans until the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The French Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen in 1789 explicitly excluded women, and France did not grant women the vote until 1944. Liberalism's history is a history of rights proclaimed for all, extended slowly and incompletely to women, minorities, and colonized peoples. The contradiction between its language of universal freedom and its practice of selective exclusion remains unresolved. Conservatism's greatest achievement is the insight that institutions, traditions, and social continuity have value that cannot be replaced by rational blueprints. Edmund Burke's argument that society is a partnership between the dead, the living, and the unborn was not nostalgia. It was a structural observation. Inherited institutions embody accumulated wisdom that no individual mind can replicate. The British Constitution, the common law system, the institution of the family, religious communities, these are not obstacles to freedom but conditions of it. Conservatism recognized that rapid, revolutionary change destroys the social fabric before new structures can be built. But conservatism's greatest failure is that it has historically been deployed to defend existing hierarchies of race, class, and gender against legitimate claims for justice. The same Burke who defended the American colonists wrote against the abolition of the slave trade. Southern conservatives in the United States defended slavery as a positive good. Conservatives in 19th century Britain opposed extending the vote to working-class men. In the 20th century, conservatives in South Africa defended apartheid. The conservative defense of tradition too often becomes a defense of oppression, treating inherited inequality as natural and necessary. Socialism's greatest achievement is the welfare state. The post-war settlement in Western Europe, built between 1945 and 1975, combined market economies with universal healthcare, public education, old-age pensions, unemployment insurance, and labor protections. Countries like Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Germany, and France produce the highest sustained living standards in human history, with low inequality, high social mobility, and strong democratic institutions. The welfare state was socialism's practical compromise. It accepted markets, but used state power to redistribute resources and guarantee basic security. But socialism's greatest failure is the difficulty of maintaining economic dynamism and individual freedom under systems of extensive public ownership. The centrally planned economies of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe produced chronic shortages, environmental devastation, and stagnation. Even democratic socialist experiments, from the British Labour government's nationalisations of the 1940s to the French Mitterrand government's nationalisations of the early 1980s, struggled to maintain productivity and innovation. The welfare state worked well when combined with market competition. It worked poorly when it replaced markets entirely. Communism's greatest theoretical contribution was identifying that economic power and political power are inseparable. Marx and Engels argued that formal legal equality, the right to vote, The right to speak means little without economic security. A worker who cannot afford food is not free. A citizen who depends on an employer for housing and healthcare cannot exercise political independence. This insight remains powerful. But communism's greatest practical failure was the creation of states that produced mass murder, surveillance, and totalitarian control in the name of liberation. The Soviet Union under Lenin and Stalin killed millions through forced collectivization, political purges, and the Gulag system. Mao Zedong's Great Leap Forward from 1958 to 1961 caused a famine that killed between 15 and 45 million people. Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge in Cambodia from 1975 to 1979 killed approximately 2 million people, a quarter of the country's population. Communism promised to liberate humanity from exploitation. It delivered states that controlled every aspect of life and crushed all dissent. Fascism has no comparable achievement to weigh against its record. Its core logic of racial hierarchy, violent nationalism, and total state mobilization produced only destruction. Mussolini's Italy invaded Ethiopia in 1935, fought alongside Nazi Germany in World War II, and collapsed into civil war. Hitler's Germany started the deadliest war in human history and carried out the systematic murder of 6 million Jews and millions of others. The Holocaust was not an aberration of fascism, it was its logical conclusion. The analytical question fascism raises is structural. Under what conditions do democratic societies become vulnerable to movements that promise order through violence? The answer, drawn from the interwar period, is that democratic institutions are fragile when they face economic collapse, national humiliation, fear of revolution, and the erosion of public trust. These conditions are not historical curiosities. They recur. The most durable political systems of the 20th and 21st centuries have been hybrid systems that borrow across ideological lines. Constitutional liberal democracy combined with social democratic welfare provisions, regulated markets, and nationalist civic identity produced the post-war stability of Western Europe. The Nordic model, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, combined liberal democracy with extensive state provision and strong labor unions, producing societies that rank highest in human development, social trust, and economic competitiveness. Japan and South Korea combined liberal democratic institutions with state-directed industrial policy and strong nationalist identity. These systems suggest that ideological purity is less important than institutional design and the capacity for self-correction. The question is not which ideology is correct. The question is, which combination of institutions, at which historical moment, produces the best balance of freedom, equality, security, and dynamism? No single ideology has answered that question. The debate continues because the conditions change. In 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed. The Berlin Wall had fallen 2 years earlier. For the first time in nearly a century, there was no competing global superpower offering an alternative to liberal democracy and market capitalism. Francis Fukuyama, an American political scientist, published an essay that became a book titled The End of History and the Last Man. His argument was not that nothing would ever happen again. It was that the deep ideological struggle that had defined the modern era, the contest between liberalism, fascism, and communism, was over. Liberal democracy, Fukuyama claimed, had proven itself the final form of human government. No coherent alternative remained. For a moment, the claim seemed plausible. The 1990s saw a wave of democratization across Eastern Europe, Latin America, Africa, and parts of Asia. Free trade agreements expanded. The internet promised a global village of open information. The assumption that history was moving in a single direction, toward liberal democracy and market economies, became the unspoken orthodoxy of Western policy. That orthodoxy lasted roughly a decade. The first systematic challenge came not from a new ideology, but from the return of an old one, authoritarian nationalism. In Russia, Vladimir Putin consolidated power after 1999, dismantling the fragile democratic institutions of the Yeltsin era, and rebuilding the state around centralized control, nationalist rhetoric, and the suppression of political opposition. In China, the Communist Party had never abandoned its authoritarian structure. It had simply added state-directed capitalism, producing economic growth that lifted hundreds of millions from poverty, while maintaining a tight grip on political life, the internet, and any hint of organized dissent. In Hungary, Viktor Orbán's Fidesz party, elected in 2010, systematically dismantled independent courts, free media, and civil society, openly declaring the creation of an illiberal state. In Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan concentrated power, jailed journalists, and purged the civil service after a failed coup in 2016. In Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro rose to power on a platform that celebrated military dictatorship and attacked democratic institutions. And in the United States itself, the election of Donald Trump in 2016 demonstrated that liberal democracy's most powerful advocate was not immune to the appeal of strongman nationalism and the erosion of democratic norms. The end of history had lasted about as long as the hangover from the victory party. Then came 2008. The global financial crisis was not simply an economic event, it was an ideological earthquake. The neoliberal consensus that had dominated Western economic policy since the Reagan and Thatcher years of the 1980s rested on a core assumption that deregulated markets, privatized public services, and free capital flows would produce broad prosperity. The crisis revealed that assumption as false. Banks had been allowed to gamble with depositor money. Regulators had been captured by the industries they were supposed to oversee. The resulting collapse wiped out trillions of dollars in wealth, destroyed millions of jobs, and required massive government bailouts of the very financial institutions whose leaders had insisted that government intervention was the problem. The political consequences were profound. On the left, movements like Syriza in Greece and Podemos in Spain emerged, arguing that the crisis proved the need for public ownership, wealth redistribution, and a break from austerity. On the right, nationalist movements like the Tea Party in the United States and later Trumpism argued that the crisis proved the system was rigged by a corrupt elite, that free trade had betrayed American workers, and that national sovereignty needed to be reasserted against globalist institutions. Two very different diagnoses, but both rejected the consensus that had governed Western politics for a generation. The ideological space that had been declared empty was suddenly full again. Climate change presents a challenge that cuts across the ideological spectrum in ways none of the existing frameworks was designed to handle. Liberal individualism prizes personal freedom and consumer choice. Climate action requires collective restraint and systemic regulation. Conservative incrementalism values stability and gradual change. Climate change demands transformation at a speed and scale that conservatism has no vocabulary for. Socialist planning offers the tools for coordinated action, public investment, industrial policy, centralized targets, but has historically struggled with the democratic accountability and flexibility that effective climate policy requires. Nationalist movements have found it easiest to deny the problem entirely, or to blame it on foreign nations, using climate skepticism as a badge of political identity. The result is a paralysis that is not merely political but ideological. No existing framework has yet produced a coherent answer to the question of how to organize a global response to a problem that respects no borders, operates on a timescale longer than any electoral cycle, and requires cooperation between nations that are structurally unequal in their contributions to the problem and their capacity to address it. The rise of China as a global power has further destabilized the ideological assumptions of the post-Cold War order. For decades, the liberal argument held that economic development and political liberalization were inseparable. Give people prosperity and education, the theory went, and they would demand democratic rights. China has falsified that theory. The Chinese Communist Party has demonstrated that a state can combine authoritarian single-party rule with state-directed capitalism, generate sustained economic growth, lift hundreds of millions from poverty, and maintain political stability without adopting liberal democracy. This is not simply a foreign policy problem for the West. It is an ideological challenge to the claim that liberal democracy is the only legitimate form of modern governance. For countries in the global South, China offers an alternative model: development without democratization, order without individual rights, prosperity without political freedom. Whether that model proves sustainable over decades remains an open question. But its existence alone has shattered the assumption that history was moving in only one direction. Digital technology has transformed the conditions under which all ideologies now operate. Social media platforms, designed to maximize engagement, have proven extraordinarily effective at accelerating polarization, spreading misinformation, and creating information ecosystems in which shared factual reality, the precondition for democratic deliberation, becomes increasingly difficult to maintain. Authoritarian governments have learned to use digital surveillance and content moderation to suppress dissent more efficiently than any secret police of the 20th century. But the same technologies have empowered grassroots movements, from the Arab Spring in 2011 to the Black Lives Matter protests of 2020 to the climate strikes led by young people around the world. The internet is not inherently democratic or authoritarian. It is a tool that amplifies whatever political forces learn to use it most effectively. And the speed at which information moves has compressed the time available for deliberation, making democratic decision-making, which is slow, messy, and requires compromise, structurally disadvantaged against authoritarian decision-making, which is fast, decisive, and requires no consent. The 5 questions that open this documentary: how much freedom individuals should have, how equal society should be, what government is for, who should control the economy, and how change should happen, remain unanswered and unanswerable in any final sense. The history of political ideology does not teach which answer is correct. It teaches something more important: that the quality of the argument, the strength of the institutions, and the willingness to hold power accountable are what determine whether societies remain capable of correcting their own mistakes. Ideologies are not permanent truths, they are frameworks for argument, and arguments do not end. They evolve, they collide, they produce new questions. The Cold War ended. The arguments did not. They never do.